dinner. No. Listen, I got a Haagen-Dazs bar waiting for me after I pick up stuff at the airport, so I'm gonna be good to go.
That's nice.
That's tonight. I have to leave here early.
Okay. I guess we're ready. Jeremy, you want one of these?
Sure.
I'm gonna steal that one and you can steal that one.
Anybody else have a duck?
Wow.
The only duck here.
If it walks like it's no. All right, we ready?
Go.
Surprise eating.
I'm ready. Roll call.
All right.
We're at 7:08.
Near my notes.
Okay. We have to call to order.
Did you, I don't have a thing. I'd like to call the meeting to order.
Okay, do roll call. Dan Scow.
Here.
Rachel Stewart.
Present.
Melissa Wilson. Here. Okay, we have a quorum and we're ready to proceed. There's only one thing on here. It's literally
This.
just the discussion items of the LUDC.
So I really liked how you, I want to get this on the record, I like how you put this up on what needed to be updated, what the thought process was on making that happen. I thought that was a really good idea to help break it down for us laymen on how it works. But to be honest with you, I didn't get it, I glanced through this, I didn't get a chance to finish reading through this because, yeah.
Yeah.
But I really liked how you put it all together and made that all more, not interesting, but broke it down on why we needed what.
It's just a few changes, as you can see.
Yeah.
How many pages are there?
Can I ask a question about the CDMP?
CDMP.
How are we going to determine previously projects were either pushed into a full PUD or left without structure planning step?
CDMP. I need more
Conceptual development master plan.
Which page?
Right up there.
No, we're not there
That's
yet.
not it.
Oh, it was the very first piece.
First page
Oh,
of the...
okay, sorry.
There's a whole section
But-
about
but
it
you-
in here
but
that tells
there
you
is.
what triggers it. If I can never find it. I think it's 203 or 204.
Section 203, 204.
Yeah, section 204, and it is on page 7.
Oh,
Like, there's a whole
There we
list
go.
of things that will trigger that.
yes.
Page 7 and here.
Page
Yes,
7
ma'am.
on the
Or yes, sir.
actual- Yeah, that packet. Oh, too far.
Let's see.
Too far.
What time do you need to leave, Dan?
Probably by, I can't stay here any later than 8 o'clock
8, okay.
or 5 till, yeah.
Okay.
What's that, 7:45?
Now, what was,
Steffi's coming back from Boston. She was at the Boston Marathon.
Oh, nice.
so
She
what
wasn't
was-
running, she was just, yay, go!
Did she know anyone running?
Did she know anyone running?
Yeah, her daughter ran.
Oh, nice.
Sorry.
No,
I've
that's
been with
okay.
2 deaf people all weekend, and I've had
She's
one job is to
repeating
repeat everything.
That's hilarious.
When I look at them and they don't respond, I repeat it. I'm so sorry.
I don't care.
You're talking
So,
about-
are you're looking at page,
She asked you a question and you didn't hear
Well, I
anything.
mean-
Yeah.
is this the problem?
Thank you. Well, I didn't hear her. Sorry, Rachel.
No, all
I'm
good.
sorry, please forgive me.
Back.
Good.
Plus,
It was not important.
my
Not related
tinnitus
to
is
any of
really
No,
that.
it's
bad.
fine.
All right.
It's fine.
Let's focus, people.
All right, Dan, what was your
We
question?
gotta be out of here at 7:30, so let's focus.
CDMP process.
well, yeah, no, it was the, how do we, so if somebody comes in, okay, let's say that we're like across the street. And he comes in and he wants to do this thing, would he's not even coming in as a PUD, he's coming in as a, what is the new one? The-
CDMP?
Yeah, that's CD something.
CDMP.
Yeah, I mean, is everybody coming like that?
No.
Yeah, oh, so you're thinking that there wasn't really a breakdown on when the CDMP?
So if
was
it's
coming
large
to play?
scale in size or scope, development's
So I'm
proposed to
just-
occur in multiple phases,
Is that
mixed
what you're
use.
thinking?
And that's what this is.
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
So the chances are they would have had to do one.
Yeah.
What constitutes large scale?
And I think that there is going to be some room for interpretation in here, right? Because maybe it's not so large scale, but it has some of these other triggers, right? To me, anything more than 3 buildings is a large scale, but that one, because of the other things, I would have said that it needs to do it because it's phased development, and there's infrastructure we need to look at. So I guess the whole, and these can be tweaked, these criteria can be tweaked. What I'm getting at is, we need something between
We got to start.
a little report at annexation and a full PUD that actually isn't justified unless they're trying to do something that's a variance from the base zoning. So we have nothing in between.
So I'm just gonna play devil's advocate again. Here he comes, and he wants to annex. And so my mind starts working, so he wants to annex, he wants to do a development.
Okay,
There's no sewer and water,
right?
right? What's the point? Because it'll take probably 10 years before sewer and water could get up the hill. 20?
Not necessarily, I mean,
Well, I'm just saying, unless the town really would commit to it.
Depends on how
I just
motivated.
don't think it's a big enough development to warrant the financial outlay of the town to get to that, unless they,
are you talking about Trail Ridge?
no,
No, that's
the
the Turley property.
Turley.
Yeah, but the whole point of them, when he does this development, they're going to take those costs on. We're not taking those costs on. They want to develop that property and it's not there, you're taking those costs on, not us.
Is that what your question was?
I
Dan?
guess, is he taking, are we suggesting in all of that, that he takes care of all the outside costs all the way down to wherever?
Any cost related to the project, right?
Yep. Any cost above and beyond the scope of what we already have infrastructure-wise, that goes on them. If they want to develop, that's on them.
All right, so here's my mind. If he adds 80 units up there in that condensed, because I got to see that map.
Now, just
and
for
I
the
could-
record, this is just hypothetical. This is not what's happening. Please don't freak out.
Yeah.
That we know.
But just because I
I'm
got
just-
to,
I'm just
and I
saying.
could count all the pieces, I was like, wow, that's a lot. That would be a lot of infrastructure that would have to bypass all the infrastructure that's already in there. It almost makes sense that it just doesn't happen.
Okay, but how does that,
But his annexation, if, it's like, I don't see the significance of having an annexation and having the plan at the same time.
So what plan? You're going to have to be more specific.
Well, because you're saying you want, they have to come with,
So when they annex, all they're doing is an annexation conceptual report. That's it. 10,000 feet. We want to come in, we think we might do this, because they maybe don't know what they're doing at that point. And is it even feasible for them to pay to get the infrastructure there? Is it following all the things that state statute says for annexation? All those pieces to check, right? And then we're looking and saying, if they were to come back in and develop, could they even feasibly get infrastructure? Whether, who pays for it, regardless. So you got this 10,000 feet, right? Then they come and they say, I want to develop this property, it's going to be 4 phases, and we have a 5,000 foot kind of picture of what we want to do here. It's going to depend on reports and studies and all of this stuff, what we can actually do here. So then they're going to do the master plan, the CDMP, right? This is what we want to do, this is how we would phase it, and we're getting a little more specific, right? Now, if they're asking for something that's against what the base zoning is, then they got to do the PUD, which means they have to do the conceptual master plan report, and they have to do a PUD, which can happen at the same time. So once they have the conceptual master plan thing, any buildings that they build to that it's like our master plan. It's not a regulatory device, does this fit into what you said your master plan was, and this is what we said we could handle? And if it doesn't, then you have to go back and amend your master plan.
They could just there's no requirement to build, right? You could just annex the property.
Yep, it's set there for 100 years.
Just the survey, whatever it is.
Yep.
And then, if and when,
And he could actually back out of it. He could actually turn around and say, I don't want to be annexed.
I'm gonna get on it.
Yeah.
Next, yeah.
if the county would take a property back, is that, I mean, maybe
So
they will.
we
maybe
talked-
won't.
People can de-annex. It has
We
happened.
We did talk about this years ago when we
Yeah.
started with LUDC again, about how to unannex into the town, out of the town.
Yeah,
And it can be done.
it can be done.
I mean, the question, and this, I mean, it just, when I read this, I just took that and put it in my field house so I could just parse it into it. If he goes to the county, he can get 8 lots.
But he can petition the county to do other things too. I think that's what everybody's hanging their hat on, is like, county's only gonna let him do X. They make special concessions all the time for things.
yeah.
They have the
They're a
means
lot
to
more
do that too.
willy-nilly and
So,
loosey-goosey.
for everybody to say, oh, he's only gonna be able to get 8 if he stays in the county, that's not necessarily true. He could go through a process with them that allows him to do 800. Who knows?
Well, if he's rural zoning, 8 lots comes from the 5 acre minimum, right? In that case. So
Correct.
if he were to, the only way you can get more density is to
Is
be
to
mixed
zone.
use or something.
Yeah, he could
have to
rezone,
get-
he could have a special
Yeah.
use thing, whatever, there's plenty of
Well,
avenues for
I
him.
wouldn't do it without a zoning map amendment, and that would generate so much public pushback in
Yeah.
that case. Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying it's not possible for him to develop more than 8 lots. It's not.
I mean, that's just where I went, and just
Yeah.
trying to understand how you were coming, how it was being thought of. That was it.
Did that help?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the 50,000 view.
Because it's like, people right now are like, banging gavels saying this person needs to have $2 million worth of studies and a specific development plan on what he's putting in and what dates he's putting in, and when he maybe doesn't even have that.
I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
So do we want to start with that procedures then? Is that where we want to start?
If you guys want to go, you can.
I would suggest, to be honest with you, after I did some more reading today, I'd like to just skip over to 201. I see a lot of issues. Unless you want to give me your
I had a
feedback.
couple questions, hang on.
Okay, let's do it.
I had a couple questions.
I'm ready, lady.
General procedures, right?
Uh-huh.
So the general requirements, first one, no development, construction activity, grading, excavation, land disturbance, whatever. So, I know that this most likely is not applicable, but this is something that we have to kind of think of, or that I feel it needs to be thought about as well. So somebody has a raised flower bed, and want to take it down. You got a neighbor who's not polite, not happy, that could go, you shouldn't have taken that down, that's taken away from.
Back further
It's
where there's
further
now
in
an
here, too.
excavation and site grading
Yep,
permit now.
I did that in
It-
here on that one as well.
It addresses any kind of land, like stuff like that is not requiring a permit.
Some of it is, yeah, but some of it did also, I do have that noted in here as well.
Okay, yeah.
But that was just something that I thought of as well. And I mean, there's been many times I have revamped my stupid little triangle thing because I get weeds that come in. So if somebody drives by and sees me digging it all out and
I
replacing
mean,
all the
that's
fabric.
not my intention at all. I don't want everybody, every time they pick a flower, to have to
I
go get a
get it,
permit. Like, that's not the
I just
intention.
did
That
this.
is some of the surrounding areas, they throw a fit if you put in a flower bed, if you do anything along those lines. And I don't want us to have
Your
to
own
deal with
private
any of that.
property?
What's that?
In your own private property?
Yeah.
See, but then you got to look at the flip side of that coin, like just like that one that you were talking to me about up there, the Snake River Sporting or whatever. You were showing it to me on the map. They've gone in, they've cut out feet upon feet of material.
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's grand scales,
So it's like, we
Absolutely,
have
there's
to
little-
trigger it somewhere.
yes.
It's
Yes, I
finding the
agree.
sweet spot for that trigger, right?
I agree.
Because now he's affecting the lot above him potentially.
Mm-hmm.
He's affecting the lot below him. He's affecting drainage.
Oh, yeah,
All
100%.
sorts of stuff.
And it's already eroding on both sides of the.
Road.
the through it. Not the Sunset Road.
Right.
But the drive-through
Yeah.
to the lot.
Yeah. So we have to have something in there that we are going to look at it, right?
Absolutely.
Just like Dan and I were talking the other day, right? So we have people that are building and they have a lot right next to it and they're taking all of their dirt and they're just piling it on that lot. And next thing you know, they got this huge pile of dirt that just runs on everybody's stuff and is a big nuisance and an eyesore. So we have to do something somewhere, right?
Well,
I'm not trying to regulate everything, but we
Is
have
the
to have
property
something.
still under construction?
We're talking about a whole separate piece of property.
Right.
If they,
That's not
But
under
it's even
construction.
on the- Okay, but,
did
so,
they get permission
Yeah,
from the
so-
landowner to?
They're the landowner on both, so they gave their own permission.
Correct.
So,
So they
okay.
can get around it.
here, and so you have to keep in mind too, is that we all know what happens when you build a foundation. You backfill, and it's, a year later, it's gonna settle. So you keep your material
Yeah,
out
but
there and
that's a
settle.
very small amount of material to keep as opposed to mountains of it, right?
You never can tell, to be honest with you. Even like around my shop settled a little bit.
I mean, I'm just saying,
My utility trench.
I'm the
settled.
homeowner next to them, I don't want to stare at that pile of dirt for 2 years.
So-
Nor should I want the
Well,
water to run on my property.
So my thought going down this pathway is you have town ordinances that should address things that are of public safety concern.
Health, safety, yeah. What is it
So
you always say,
when
health,
you've
safety,
got-
and welfare?
When you've got like the lot where they start digging into the hillside and there's a home right above them,
Yes.
that's that. When you've got a pile of dirt that's unsightly, we leave that for HOA.
People complain about a pile of dirt on a building permit that was given a CO over there and they never got finished. I've heard complaints about it 3 times. So people
That's
are
gonna
going to
be the
complain about it.
Grading plan on every permitted piece of project that goes out the door.
But that's the thing, that grading plan, that only talks about that piece of property that the building permit's on. It doesn't say anything about that piece of property that's privately owned next to it.
No, but it's understood in the industry that you will not get a certificate of occupancy until it's all cleaned up.
But that's on a different piece of property. You don't
No,
have
it
any
doesn't
jurisdiction
matter.
over
It's
that.
according to your building permit. So it's part of your.
I don't have any, I'm not seeing that in my
Well,
building.
they put the dirt on there. It came from their project, right?
How do I prove that?
Well, you can do that by math. That's a
I
volume.
can't prove that, and there's
That's a
nothing in my
volume
building permit
equation.
right now that says, you can't put that on your private piece of
Yeah.
property.
You can, but it's got to be cleaned up by X.
It also doesn't say it has to be cleaned up by X.
Well,
Where
that's
does
why
it say
we
that?
ask for a grading permit, so it's there, it's documented. This
So
is
you're
what
saying
it's
this
supposed to
grading
look-
permit is going to tell us how they're getting rid of that fill?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Here's your finished product. This is what it's supposed to look like. If I come to your job and it doesn't look like that, you're not getting an occupancy permit because,
But again, that's the job. You're talking about the job, which is this
It's
A parcel.
Separate site next door.
Yeah.
I mean, is there anything in here about, just off the top of your head, stormwater, pollution, prevention, that kind of thing? If this dirt pile is actually eroding, there's got to be.
Yeah, there
something.
was something really vaguely in there about
there's.
will not cause runoff onto another property.
Yeah. But basically, you're talking dump trucks worth of fill on a vacant lot that has essentially nothing to do with the permitted project.
Right.
Yeah. So that's an extreme, isn't it? Like, that's kind of like an extreme. Like, if someone was just doing some surface grading and reshaping it or whatever, that's.
Yeah, I mean, you
Light duty,
stage your
different.
piles.
It is pretty, it's something that I would never think to.
But
Yeah.
you stage your piles. When you're digging for a foundation, you stage your piles. You got your topsoil over here, you got your pit run over here, you got your fill over here. That's what you do. Right?
Sure.
I mean, you've seen a
Sure,
million
but when
times.
it's all, when
But
it's,
then when your job is all done, you utilize that material to backfill.
it's
and-
backfilled and
But on
it goes
that,
away.
that being said, after we were done with my shop, I had a beautiful mountain topsoil. That stuff stayed out in my front yard
Okay, so
until the
let's
next
talk
year.
about the devil's advocate then. Let's not talk about the people that have 2 pieces of property right next to each other. Talk about the fact that this person has a piece of property and their friend down the road that's not even in the town of Alpine says, hey, got somewhere I can store my dirt, my excess dirt? Sure, plop it on there, because town of Alpine doesn't regulate it.
well,
I don't have a problem with it.
it would
as
be
long as it's not-
definitely a home, HOA.
But not everybody has HOAs.
Yeah, but there's reasons why, like me personally, and I know many of my neighbors, most of my neighbors, they don't live in an HOA because they don't want these rules.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Jeremy, 100%.
Like-
yeah.
I don't care.
I-
I've just had some people, I've had 2 different people come to me in the last 3 weeks complaining about it. So if 2 people have come in 3 weeks, it's going to happen over and over and over. So I just thought it'd be something to address.
No,
And if
absolutely.
the consensus is we don't need to, and then we don't need to.
That's a great discussion
Yeah.
item for
Well,
sure.
and so I agree with the fact that if the dirt is spilling over into the ground, or not into the ground, but into the right-of-way, and it's impeding traffic or health, safety, welfare.
Or other people's
But if
property.
it's on, I'll tell you what, if I know that I'm going to be making some raised flower beds and I need some fill and my neighbor's got a dump truck full of material, bring it over. I'll find a home for it. I got low spots all over my yard.
Bonus fill.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't have to pay for it. But it's hard, that's a hard aspect to try to regulate. I think like health, safety, and welfare.
And then we all of a sudden with the town of Alpine, with all these mounds of dirt piled up.
The kids are gonna love it.
So it's
What about the children?
actually becoming a thing in the county. And their P&Z had been talking about, because if you drive down the valley, that's the new norm is these privacy mounds that,
Correct.
Yep,
you know.
berms, yeah.
And people dig them. That's
I
what
would
they've
too.
been-
Well, but they deem it as landscaping, they're a landscaping berm.
Yep.
They-
I would do the
that's what-
same
yeah.
thing. And especially with trying to get rid of some of the noise of the roadway, if I had to live next to the road, absolutely.
So if I'm hearing correctly, we're good with doing something as far as excavation goes. We need to find the sweet spot for the trigger for that, on maybe even non-permitted pieces of
her-
property,
That's her
right?
statement, I don't like that statement, yeah.
So like, even if it's a non-permitted piece of property, which that one up there is, right? So we got to have a trigger for those. But when it comes to addition of fill, we're not doing anything about it.
I
You don't
guess,
think that's already in there?
I get,
What's already in
Well,
there?
it says no development or construction activity.
Yeah, but it wasn't defined what excavation was. It just says you can't excavate.
Well,
Is that 1 inch? Is that 6
I think
inches?
the town needs to interpret their own rules and stand behind them then. Like the town building official can say, if they have a problem with it, that's a grading excavation. I mean, it seems causing a problem for the neighbors. You could argue it.
Or are you talking about the excavation?
Just the dirt piles, you know, like.
So just have them come in
It's
and
like it's
flatten it out
already-
and call it good.
But I added
Once
that.
enforce it, they already can, I would say.
I added that.
She
That's,
just added that, yeah, that's-
This is the.
Oh, this is our
the
current
old
one.
one.
okay, what does it say? Like, where does it say what?
What's your page
Oh.
number there, Sunday?
Yeah,
The definition of construction activities on.
is excavation.
138. Yeah, but it says, process involving building, altering, repairing structures, including activities like land clearing, grading, excavation, and installation as well. I mean, it seems like it's baked in there if you want to interpret it as a, hey, this is a nuisance or something.
So you're saying that we can make up our own interpretation of what that means, right? But like, I'm the administrator at this point, and I think that it's XYZ, that's 2 inches, you know? And, because I just can
Yeah.
I can just make it up because there's no definition. So then somebody else comes in and says, nah, they can go 6 feet, I don't care.
I guess it's like, this whole book, I mean, half of it is like, not every single situation spelled out. And
No, it
it's
can't.
interpreted by the, building official, administrator, whoever is reading it. But it just seems like if you're placing large piles of dirt on a vacant lot, it goes against the intent of what's already written there.
I'm glad you read it that way, I did not read it that way.
do we have a landscaping ordinance? Or a landscaping chapter?
Good question.
Because it would fit,
It just goes to that, what was that, 10% vegetation?
Yeah, I don't think we have anything like real hardcore like what
no,
you talking
I mean,
about.
I've always known that we had the grading thing in there. It was always, to me, that's pretty obvious. But, when you guys are talking about mounds of dirt and stuff like that, I can calculate volume, and I can understand how many scoops it's gonna take for my foundation to where it's gotta go. We don't leave piles of dirt. Like, if you are qualified to be building homes, you have already calculated how much pit run you're taking out, how much road base you have on your driveway, how much road base you need for your garage slab. You already calculate that stuff. Then I can say, this is how much material is coming out, this is how much grade I have to come from the road, I can bury it all the way around my site. I don't have to spend the money to move it.
Twice, yeah.
Right? So for me to be talking about what we're doing, building homes, it's a professional experience. And if you can't add that, you shouldn't be doing it. Right? That's as simple as it.
Well, there's
So if
also-
you've left piles of dirt, I'm sorry, you didn't finish your grading, get rid of it.
So, I guess it depends on, so like, I've even done this myself to where I'm like, I need a load of wash rock to backfill around one of my foundations or whatever. And I ordered extra because at some point in time, I'm gonna finish doing my bedding for my flower beds. And I'm not gonna do it right now because I don't have time because I'm doing all this construction nonsense. So then I leave that pile of rock there in my backyard. And then when I get time, I go out and I do my thing. It's not a big, huge, like 14 dump trucks full of material, but it's still a pile of material.
I have the same thing, and
So if somebody
I've
comes
been
in-
called a nuisance.
Well, you know, some people need to get out of their hobby. There's books, there's libraries,
But
there's
that's,
movies.
the legality of it
It's
is,
so crazy.
they can take you to court because you're a nuisance. We're trying to help establish how that doesn't happen. Because here's the rules, you broke the rules, that's it, done.
Well, and that's why I say, that's where it gets, if you're gonna go to that specific, in my head, that's your HOA. For the town of Alpine, that's, you know, it's, if it's not a life safety issue, one people, you know, a pile of dirt to one person may look beautiful, or to another person, it may
So
look like a nuisance.
I would be a nuisance
And,
to some
you know,
people.
they can have that.
I'll just accept I'm a nuisance, so I'll just.
But your place doesn't look anything like my place. And I would be considered a nuisance because of my cars in my backyard. I'm a nuisance. We're never gonna, we all have to realize that we all bring something a little different to this town.
Correct. But
Just
cars and wonderful art objects and stuff like that are not what
No,
what we deal with.
but my point is that just because somebody considers a pile of dirt a nuisance, I mean, there are other things to worry about. If it's in the middle of the yard, or in the middle of the road, if it's bleeding over and damming up somebody's irrigation ditch, anything along those lines, that makes sense to me. That's when we should step in and say something. But if I want to store a load of topsoil on my empty
Well,
property.
I have my driveway lined with quarter-inch crushed and road base, because especially this winter, because my driveway is like this.
You need some truck.
And so I need, you know, I go in with my tractor and pull it up, and I'm throwing all winter long that rock on my driveway,
Correct.
because I have a dirt driveway.
Brett, where did you see that thing you were pointing out? What page?
Page 9, so 2-201A, it just says, no development or construction activity.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. And then the definition is just in the, you know, alphabetical definitions, 138. But I just, when it says including activities like land clearing, grading, it just, if something gets so big that it's causing a problem, I feel like that gives you,
A leg to stand
yeah,
on.
if it's really a problem, you know, let the HOA solve it, or if it's like eroding, then it becomes a problem and it's flowing down the road or onto someone's property. I haven't seen the piles, I just imagine they're big.
Yeah, I haven't seen them yet.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm going to keep going back to this excavation part, right? What's a problem, I guess? Where do we determine it's a problem? There's nothing saying right now that guy taking the 4 feet of dirt off of his property is causing a problem, because I don't have any studies to say that it does.
Yeah.
Well, let's say he hits the gas line. Then there is a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
And if he
I mean,
hits the
those-
town-
Those are obvious. Those are obvious.
But those are the things, those are the obvious things that everybody should know, that most of the people that are doing that work don't.
So this guy can do all that. I can't say anything, I can't really regulate it because it's not causing a problem. Maybe it causes a problem in a year.
I mean, where's it stop, though? I guess when do you stop it?
I don't know.
I mean, oh, I'm sorry, I'm just
So we're
Digging
just
up
gonna let
my
people on
sod
private
and
property do whatever they want
digging
unless
some
it's
holes.
life
I was
safety.
thinking about putting in
So,
a bathtub.
well, okay, here's one, and I'm not familiar with it, to not reinvent the wheel. How did, and I hope they did, I don't know if they did or not, how did Jackson change their code when Walgreens went down and took the homes above that with it? Where did they decide where the problem was? How have they written that in?
Yeah, that was a good one. That was total,
have no idea.
that was the state didn't give the engineering
Shut mine off.
that
Thank you
the
for
town
reminding me.
required to make that safety decision.
See, and that's also part of a building permit too. Like, once they are trying to get a building permit, we can regulate some of those
Yeah,
things.
that was
It's when they don't have a
our
building
engineering
permit.
outfit. Not, and I'm not, you know what, nobody knew that in the 40s, that wasn't just a mound, that was excavated deep down, so the whole toe of it's like the toe. Why do you think I'm such an anal retentive abusive individual when it comes to, you're cutting the toe out.
Well, that's
There you
what-
go.
With, when we had the landslide up Grays River.
Correct.
You know, that was the one, if I took out anything from that,
One spot.
from all those conversations is, you don't take the toe out.
That's it.
You gotta
That's
start
it.
from the top and go down.
Exactly. And that's where, unfortunately, will things happen? It's when you don't expect it. Like, we didn't have a winter, right?
Right.
But just imagine if we had one of those springs where we got 6 inches of heavy, wet, rainy snow, and that whole hillside got soft.
Oh, yeah.
There is some engineering that you can go back to and say, tons of weight is pushing against that foundation wall.
So how do we need to proceed with this then?
Well, and it's like, let's
Just a
say Brett,
conversation.
for argument's sake, Brett's right. Okay, it says we can regulate excavation, right? It's a construction activity and it can't be done without a permit. Well, we don't even have an excavation permit to issue if we wanted to. There's nothing in there for an excavation permit. What am I supposed to, what am I supposed to require them to do?
100% correct.
What does the owner say about it? I mean, do they say, I'm just placing it there during my project and it'll be gone when I'm done?
Well, that one I'm kind of less worried about
Okay.
than the digging up half the hill. And yeah, there's definitely something that you could be said for, we can just go over and ask them what they're planning on doing with it. And they may say, yeah, it's gonna be gone when we're done, it's no big deal.
Yeah, but yeah.
I have no problems
The
with somebody.
hillside is tough.
Yeah.
That's a definite issue. You don't, someone's carving into a hillside, the town has to shut it down.
Correct.
Without a permit, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, and
I mean,
then-
going back in spring of 11, that was it was a wet fall, and it was a record snow year. And my house, which is up above that, it actually had, from the snow melt above the game and fish property, I actually had standing water come through, down, and then over my driveway, which my driveway, I'm looking at this going,
Liquefaction.
yeah,
it's
I'm
like,
like, oh, God, I really hope this doesn't wash away, because that would be very, 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 very bad. It didn't move, I was like, all right, my driveway's pretty secured in there, but it does happen. Like I say, we have no idea, and
I guess you asked the question about what happened up in Jackson. They just turned up the heat,
no.
and unfortunately, Mel and I have been battling this, it's their property, they can do whatever they want. No, you can't.
Well, especially
Give us a
like
clearly
that's
defined
the
path, give
health,
us a
safety,
clearly defined
welfare.
path, and maybe we can give you something. But until you give them a clearly defined path, you get no permission to do jack. And then you get fined heavily. So, no, I get it. The dirt piles, the whole thing, it's my land, it's my property. I love that about this place. That's why I moved here. I didn't-
Well, and that's where I keep coming back to it. In my brain, for the town of Alpine, we have a wider envelope. If you want that narrow envelope, that, I want my neighbor's yard to be manicured, I want
Grass 2.5
this and
inches
that.
long.
We have
traffic
HOAs you can
right.
move into
Yep.
and go that route. And that's great. I love that. I love diversity, and that's the where you can go. If you choose to buy on the hill and then you start going down that path, like I say, I know I won't even need to step in because I know my other neighbors be like, that's not us up here.
Gina, I guess maybe the question is, if somebody was digging on the hillside or digging anywhere, for that matter, how would you know?
I get 3 people come in here and tell me.
Oh, really?
Holy
Yes.
cow. You got a lot of
He's-
Karens
he's-
out here.
He's one of 3.
I'm one of them, because I went, look at that, I don't know about that.
No, I'm just curious. It's almost like,
Or Tara's driving around and sees it, and it looks like, a lot like construction activities to her, Yeah.
got it. I'm just,
It's just, maybe we just need to define excavation better, like, if it's changing the grade by more than certain feet, if you're actually digging for foundations and footers,
If
those
there's
are
a
the kinds
house
of things.
above you,
I mean, because like,
So, and I can get
Down
on
here?
board with your site plan and your civil engineer
Yeah.
stamp, drawing stamp.
I think that's a given.
I can get on board with that, especially when there's serious grading to be had. I 100% can get on board with that. You will not hear me say otherwise with that. It's the flat crap that I have a hard time with all that.
right, but those are two separate things in my brain,
Yes.
right? Because one of them we're talking about when it's getting issued with the
But
permit.
that is
This is
very
not a
concerning.
permit.
Yeah.
Digging versus what is it, areas of disturbance, like say someone just scrapes the topsoil off and then leaves it.
Yeah,
And it
that
fills with
happens.
weeds and all that, like, but,
I mean, could you frame it in a way that it was based on the percentage of grade of the property?
Well, that's what I'm saying, if it changes grade by X many feet or something, we gotta find a trigger, right? The grade would be a good trigger, right? Adjusted in there is cubic feet, like if you're taking more than so many cubic yards or feet of dirt, then it triggers it.
Oh, I did read that, yeah.
Yeah, so there's some triggers in there that I think are good. There might be some that are maybe too restrictive.
You would know, because you work in the landscaping industry and you were a planner, and what do you think?
Well, I can tell you how Jackson does it, or Teton County. I mean, to get a permit, it's like they separate it out to be like, if you're disturbing under X amount of square feet, and it also is X slope, then you're exempt. If you're doing it
Yeah.
between this many square feet, and/or you are disturbing between 5% and 15% slopes, then you're required to submit this. And they have 3 tiers, basically, of like information you have to give them.
I like that.
And it's very clear cut, and it does kind of solve that issue of like, well, like, what counts as excavation, like.
So like
it's-
the ones that are on a bigger slope are going to obviously
like
be
they
more
automatically
affected
are
than-
triggered to be like the highest level of review. And if you're like, okay, my site is like a little bit hilly, it's
Yeah.
not perfectly flat, but I'm only disturbing this much of it, then they'll be like, you're kind of in the middle tier, so you don't have to
Gotcha.
provide all the information of the highest tier,
I like
but you
that.
I
provide
do too.
some. And I mean, yeah, they don't do everything right, but like, I do think that helps to kind of like erase those questions of like, well, if I'm just redoing my flower bed, does this count? Like, no, because it's under this many square
Right.
feet and it's also flat.
Or if you're just like removing dead trees or something.
Yeah,
to that
exactly,
effect,
yeah.
what's their trigger for the slope? Is it 20% or 30%? Like, there's,
30% of no-go zone. Like,
Yeah.
you cannot touch 30%
So it's like,
slopes. So it's usually like 5% and
Five.
under
So,
is
yeah.
kind of where you can get an exemption, depending. Then it's between like 5 and 15.
Exactly,
And then
yeah.
15 and, like 15 to 30 is whenever, if you like touch those slopes, you're automatically in like the highest tier of review.
So like under 5% or less than so many square feet. So it's kind of the both.
Yeah, generally speaking, because you could say,
is
well,
it-
I'm
is
only
it square feet or cubic yards? I mean,
square feet,
It is
like
square
just on a plan looking, like.
So let's say it's 10 by 10, it's 100 square feet, they would probably have something, if you touch something 150 square feet, now you're moving to tier 2.
Yeah, and honestly, it's bigger than that,
Yeah,
like, but that way, say you're going, okay, I'm touching 500 square feet and it's on a flat site, you're exempt. But if you're touching
Right.
500 square feet, it's on a site that has 15% slopes or higher, you're all,
Yeah,
you're
I like
catapulted
that.
into that
No,
highest tier. of
it's a
review.
good process.
Yeah.
their trigger means you have to have a civil engineer or a licensed landscape architect, right?
Yeah.
Like, just, they do statement and then plan kind of thing?
Exactly, yeah.
I mean, it's a great setup, gone through a few decades of trial and error, but, how do you simplify it for Alpine to start with if it's needed?
Right.
I
Because
mean,
it's,
really, the only place it's needed is until we annex more
So,
places is the
I mean,
hill.
that's the
Right,
other thing.
it's
We
all
could
of
do-
that stuff on the
We could do
hillside.
zones, we could be like in
Yeah.
these subdivisions or something,
exactly.
and they
Yeah.
have to, I mean, that's a thought too, because like you said, Alpine Meadows, I mean,
Right.
they're not
yeah.
causing.
You could say any area of disturbance
No, but we
over
were really
this
great
percentage.
HOA.
I mean, unless they're digging a giant hole, I don't know, do we care about that? I don't know. Like on the flat ground, do we care if they dig a 25-foot hole? I don't know.
Well, yeah, you
Well,
do,
you can't
because
do
excavation,
It's like a
Construction
hole or a
activities.
trench, we do care.
Yeah.
But again, that's life safety.
Yeah.
So it could be certain areas, or if you go over a certain change in, what do we call it, not elevation, but
Disturbance,
Just-
or slope percentage.
slope or something, like if there's not a serious slope, but if you excavate more than 3 feet of dirt, then something to that effect, I don't know. See what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of tricky, because we've got two sort of different
It kind of gets a little
scenarios at
nitpicky,
play.
but I would say that if you touched anything over 500 square feet here in Alpine, if you wrote it into land use development, that anything over 500 square feet would be the start.
Well, you kind of have to treat it almost the way building permits are treated, right? Where you say, all right, if it's under 300 square feet, you do whatever, but once you hit that mark, then it becomes fair game to like get a
Correct.
permit and.
And then we can have like the high-risk zones where it's up in the hills where that is going to automatically trigger. If it's over.
But see, that can also
Whatever.
happen on a flat site too,
If they're going down.
because, oh, the walls say 10, but I went 12, and 12, again, is 24, and then my trusses make it 33. Oh, wow, it's only over by a foot. I can do that on a flat lot, as easy as you can do it on a hillside lot.
But again, you're talking about construction. We're talking about lots that aren't under construction.
Well, you said,
Just just the excavation.
Yeah, we're not talking like.
We're not going vertical.
Permit.
no, but I mean, you can go vertical,
You can.
right? Because,
But what we're referring to right now is just,
Great.
we don't have anything in the LUDC about excavation, about
Well,
moving dirt.
yes and no.
Well, right, we've got,
It's kind of vague.
and maybe the definition,
we don't have a permit for it.
maybe the definition is wrong to the point, maybe that definition needs to have way more interpretation, like excavation is,
Well, that's what I was saying, like, maybe we just define excavation more.
You could put a definition for excavation in here. It would all just kind of link up, because if someone goes to Webster and they read, the process of removing earth, rock, and other materials to prepare a site for building, then, if that's the definition and no one has it, then they could say, well, that was my interpretation, right? This is like this game.
Well, and it's like, then we're like, well, I'm not building on it, so then we can't regulate it, right? Because if we
Yeah.
use it to prepare for building, then it's a weird.
I like Rachel's comment, like like defining the extremes for some sort of, you can always back up health, safety, welfare, right?
Mm-hmm.
So area of disturbance and percent of slope.
Oh, I like that.
What's the
too.
extreme?
Yeah.
It's like the town needs an extreme because you got one person who's gonna create all of this,
Got one person just gonna
Yeah.
mess it up.
So
there.
on that side, I totally understand, but it's like on the flat ground, then where do we,
area of disturbance, it'd be
Just area.
flat.
Yeah, so if you want, like, I just pulled up their application, if you want to know kind of the thresholds they set for Town of Jackson, and it's like, if you're disturbing slopes that are all less than 5%, and you do it under 600 square feet, then you don't have to submit anything. If it's between 600 square feet and 3,000 square feet, you're in that middle tier, and anything above 3,000 square feet is the upper tier. And then those numbers change as you increase your slopes.
so the one that's saying it's under 5% and they're not doing more than 600 square feet, there's no, they don't have any way of regulating if somebody were to build up that 600 square feet, 20 feet high, or if they were to dig down 20 feet.
That'd be considered part of the grading and erosion control, like any land disturbance falls under this.
Right, but what I'm saying, it's not triggered under that. So, because if it's like, your grade right now is less than 5%, and you're only gonna do 600 square feet, I'm just gonna go dig down 20 feet with my 600 square feet. I guess I don't know, I
Yeah.
don't see where it's getting caught in that.
Well, that's where I asked, say you have the 600 square feet, but is there something in there that equals to cubic yards? So you have your 600 square feet, and you, like you're saying, you dig down 20 feet.
Yeah, then
Well-
you're getting it.
oh, I hear where you're going.
Yeah.
I totally,
Right.
And
Yeah,
I'm
I
talking-
mean, you
this
have
is
to
a
almost
rarity. I don't
define
know
that.
that this is
Right,
gonna
I was gonna
cause.
say, I've never encountered anything like
Right,
that. I don't know if they.
I don't know.
Unless you were
exactly,
building a
yeah.
pond.
Well, and in that case, you get a general excavation, like a GEX, which is different, so,
There are a lot of acronyms
yeah.
she could throw out at you here.
Yeah,
And unfortunately, yeah, I'm still good.
Okay, so what we're
It's
saying
still
is this
good.
needs more work, is what we're getting at with this, right?
got 8 minutes.
I think it's helpful to set some of those boundaries because otherwise it's too subjective
Yeah.
and it makes it almost impossible to enforce.
Agreed.
And so,
Right.
yeah.
And I think that my example, that last example, that's going to be a rarity. I mean, I don't foresee that really happening, but, you know, there's going to be that one guy. That one guy.
Well, they haven't left Denver yet, so I'm still good. All right. The other part that Teton County and the town of Jackson do really well at, if you have gone over those, the fines are substantial.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
so
I think I'll
it's the
look at those ones,
fact
yeah.
that the news gets out that you just paid a $3,500 speeding ticket, right? The news would get out quickly. And everybody would, holy shit, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Doesn't take a few of the bad apples to get everybody kind of, oh.
Yeah.
But that's
So
what
you'll
you gotta
research
do.
out some more
And it's,
Yeah,
and it's
I
in
mean, I think
pair,
we
right?
kind of all agree that this, the way Jackson's doing it is kind of where we want to kind of lean towards that. So we can try to maybe not just do it just like Jackson, maybe with
Yeah, I mean,
lenient
It's
for
not a
outdoor.
separate permit or anything, just a threshold to handle the extreme. Because if there's nothing there now, it's like you should start with that.
So you're saying that if it meets these criteria, you don't need to get a separate permit? I mean, I think there's got to be a permit for it. Because if we're
You-
saying-
You could say if it exceeds that,
Yeah.
then you would have to get a.
Right, right, right.
You know, but I think for 99% of like the stuff that goes on, it's just.
It's not gonna
a couple
be-
Let's say if
people
it
that are
was
going wild the next-
cubic yards,
Yeah.
if you took out more than 20 cubic yards, if you are looking at 600 square feet, you'd be down 2.5 feet.
So, but.
So
That's
you're,
the thing,
really-
like, but if this one triggers at 600 feet and this one maybe triggers at 1,000 feet, your 20 cubic yards is gonna look very different on those two sites. So your cubic yards is gonna have to change with that too.
no, I'm just saying, it's part of your threshold. It's, if you've done over 600 square feet and you've taken out more than 20 cubic yards.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but, because you were like, what were you, there was like 15% and a size, right? So if that size is different than 600 square feet, your cubic yard trigger is going to be different. You'd have to calculate that, which is fine if we just set it and we know, but it's not gonna be the same 20 cubic yards every time.
No, no, but I'm just saying, if you're trying to help the cause of 600 square feet, it'd be another threshold.
Oh, just
You
in
know,
that particular
So if
lot.
you're doing
Right.
X to X, you're gonna go sit in front of the council, you're done, don't bother to move another rock.
That's what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and to Brett's point, you know, and I'm definitely not saying we do it just like Jackson, but we look at their writing.
And use it as a guideline.
Again, we're not,
Yep.
we don't need to reinvent the
No.
wheel.
Right.
We set our own parameters that works for us
100%, yeah.
using their language.
I like that, yeah.
Right, like you could evaluate the average size of a lot in Alpine and then kind of set your disturbance parameters based off of that, you know, like
Yeah.
make it more applicable to what we have going on down here.
I mean, look at it this way, if you had a quarter acre lot, and you're, what is a quarter acre, like 25, 24, what is it, square footage? It's 33,000?
It's about 10, 11,000 square
Yeah.
feet,
Yeah, 10,580 or something.
10,880.
So you're telling, so
I knew there's an 8 and a 10.
that's 10%, if you used 1,000 feet, that's 10% of your lot.
That's not very much.
No, but it's also a pretty big chunk of your
Yeah,
lot.
you got a quarter
You're
acre.
taking
It like-
1/10 of your lot.
Yeah.
So
I feel
it
like
would,
1/10 is nothing, but that's just me.
that's why I'm saying, I think 1,000 was a lot. I was like, oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm like, that's not much. I'm an acre. 110? No.
I mean, because you only have X, and maybe you do it by, you know, square footage of lot, and you say, if you have X amount of square footage of lot,
Oh, yeah.
if you have, you know, 2 acres, you're up, you can do this much. And
Yeah,
if you
2,000
have-
feet or something.
And you do
You
it,
have your scale.
correct, and
Yeah,
you do it for
okay.
scale. I mean, that would make more sense to me because,
Yeah.
you know, somebody who has an irrigation ditch or running horses are gonna go out and groom and rake and dig and wanna get water.
All the time, yeah.
You know, so it's, I think you have to kind of, in the size of lot, go to a little bit more maximum, but
You know, I see, that makes sense to me. Okay,
Okay.
so we definitely need more work on that.
And then
wow, we spent a half hour on grading.
I just had a question on page 3 on this same, can you explain,
Section.
it's the procedures,
Okay, yeah.
the one we were just on.
We haven't even made it past
We haven't even
procedures.
paged past it. What, can you explain, I didn't understand what this meant, the change of use of our occupancy?
I've lost
I,
it.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I remember reading that, and I was like, where would that happen?
yeah, I don't know what that means. Can you explain that to me?
I mean, for instance, the people that buy Driftwood, it's been a restaurant, it was, you know, certified like TCO, or your occupancy was for a restaurant. They go in there and say, I know, because it's an MRC, I want to make this apartments. So that's change of use.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Totally.
That's
That
how
triggers
comes into
stuff.
play. Okay.
Yeah, it
okay.
triggers you to bring it up to code, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're
so
gonna have to
that's
have
what you mean by
egresses
that.
and all that kind of stuff.
Point taken,
Yeah.
point taken.
So there's,
Yeah, I want to turn
Again,
Jenkins into an apartment
Yeah, or
complex.
even like,
right, it's not gonna happen a lot, but it's gonna happen.
like in a house, if you turn a garage into a living space, it's the same thing.
Change of occupancy, yeah.
It's technically
Change it.
non-habitable to have, yeah.
Okay. Perfect. And then,
And then,
I'm more in depth.
I got too many things. Oh, hey, there's mine.
There you go.
I don't know if I had any, I only got like 3/4 of the way through this. Aha!
Why do you have like little QR codes on the back of all your paper?
Oh, because it's old rental contract paper that I can't use anymore.
I'm like, what is going on?
Let's see. Page 46. Oh, this is the grading anyway. This is where I was coming up with,
Right.
like, does that include like flower beds
Right,
and
right.
stuff like that? On section 2-302 on number 4.
So, yeah, and I think we're gonna revisit that.
Okay, I just wanted to just make sure that changing flower beds and all that kind of stuff. And then the next page was a grading. So we're just gonna go back through the grading and resurfacing and stuff. Because I was thinking, like, a lot of times I do this every probably like 3 to 4 years, I'll throw some more 3/4 crush down on my driveway. But if somebody doesn't like the fact that I do that without getting a permit.
Right, is that gonna be a grading thing?
I
Yeah.
can see doing what you do, I don't really have an issue with that.
I don't either, but somebody else
I
might.
think for me, this is the part that, and now that you're here, thank you.
Uh-oh. Run away. Brett, run away.
Crown Road, Crown Road, right? Edge of road, crown, slab, concrete. There is nowhere in this code that establishes from where to
Your benchmark
here.
is. Yeah.
You're talking the elevation,
Elevation, just the start of the foundation line, right?
right?
Most of us, we kind of look at the grade, we take a mean, if we're on a slope, we take the mean.
Yeah.
Okay, we kind of, you know, we do the math calculations and we do it. Instead of having one house that's built at this level, and the guy who's on the same turf is building his house over here.
And you're talking about the maximum structure height in relation to what?
Well, to the road and the grade.
Yeah.
Just
Right?
because we don't have a good benchmark.
In the IRC and the IBC, we
Yeah.
also have codes that say you can't have any more than 6 inches of concrete showing.
Yeah, and that's often what determines.
That's
people
what
just go on-
determines it,
Yeah,
right?
the finished grade, the concrete, yeah.
But how can you go to that point if you don't have a grading plan?
You know,
If you don't have a grading plan
Or a benchmark.
to establish this?
Right,
yeah, you're saying you could raise it up
right.
if you wanted to,
Right.
based on the finished grade. So
It's like that house on Astor Loop that's just going in, and it's just something that got missed. But you see that driveway? I bet you the thing is, he goes up 1.5 feet, 2 feet. To go into his garage, he's way up. I mean, it looks silly. And how do you stop that? Because now all of his grade is gonna go like this, and all his water is gonna go onto his neighbor's property, right?
Yeah.
That part right there is something we have to think, because when it goes to grading,
Yeah.
home builder, so my mind is only about that, or commercial. How do we define it, Brett?
Well, your current code says vertical distance from the average finished ground.
Correct.
So that means someone could put the finished grade wherever they want in the extreme example.
Yeah.
But if you go to the Crown Road, that wouldn't address, like, properties up by your place where the Crown Road becomes irrelevant there.
Because anything over
I think
5%,
that's why
you gotta
we've
come
always
in, and
been-
we gotta have a grading plan to understand how to get up to your house.
So, and then the other thing is doing one place in there, like, I don't remember which one, like MRC says something to the effect that it's like, your building height is gonna be determined by edge of road. And then somewhere else it says something totally different. And that's different than even what that
And I
says.
think that started, the last time we did this, we started that. We were, and I think that it got lost in people leaving.
Yeah, no, I don't know, vertical distance, you could, I think you would have to refer to the native grade, assuming it hasn't been disturbed yet, right?
Correct.
Right.
But I know one of the counties, it might be Caribou or Bonneville, like they make you draw a line from the top to the bottom, and then you take the center point of the line and you go up from there. And so part of the structure actually ends up being higher, part of it ends up being lower, but there's a lot of sloped hill sites.
Correct.
Yeah.
Which we really wouldn't have.
Yeah.
And that was some of the discussion that we had when,
Yeah.
before. But how do you,
Well, you could say average finished ground or average native grade, whichever is more restrictive, something like that. You know?
I'd probably say native grade.
Yeah, because you give them the choice, because one of them will be more restrictive, you'd think.
But what if it's already been disturbed?
Then it's the finished grade, right?
But I mean, it's
Oh,
twofold.
yeah.
If you only show 6 inches of concrete, it doesn't say that, you've brought in.
Yeah, you could build it up 4 feet easily, right?
Yeah, and only
But I
shows
mean,
6
there's
inches of
nothing to say
concrete.
you can't do that.
Yeah.
But it looks odd, right?
Yeah.
Just, now you're gonna ruin it for your neighbor because your water is now gonna end up on their lot.
It's like when you go to a concert and then that guy that's 6'2" just stands right in front of you.
Yeah.
I had a view! I had a view!
It's like that.
It's exactly like that.
But, I see it only because I deal with it daily. And most people who don't see it aren't not gonna be totally aware of it, but there's so many of these little pieces of the code, you're only allowed to show 6 inches of
Yeah.
concrete. But there's nothing to say, I can't bring 600,
Right.
and that was, but we're doing that now with the excavation piece.
There's more in the definition though. It says where the finished ground elevation slopes away from the exterior walls, a grade plane will be established by the lowest points within the area between the building and the lot line. Doesn't that?
I like that.
Start to point towards some sort of,
But that's but that's hillside.
yeah, so it's a
That's
flat
hillside.
site.
It's
then-
not flat.
Then it wouldn't stop the mound, yeah.
And that's where, it's just kind of, how do you define it to where it's even for everybody around, so it's not like this jumble of elevations that look stupid. But you know what the house that I'm talking about on Astor Loop? So you come in from where the hospital is.
Yep.
And you take the very first left on Astor Loop and drive around, it's that house on the corner.
Gotcha.
And you just kind of have to drive by it, and then you snicker, right? You go, what the,
So they
But-
did that to get,
Brett, which definition were you looking at?
that was height of buildings. On the current code, it's page 141.
All right, kids,
Okay.
I gotta drive slow.
Yes, then it says in
Why do you
grade,
have to drive slow?
Well, because
the definition of grade is the average finished ground
She
elevation around a
knows-
building.
she knows when I'm not doing it slow.
She's got you tracked?
I don't know.
I'm sure she does. No.
Thank you for being
Yeah.
here.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You know
thank
what?
you.
We need more of that from you.
Realize that, yeah.
I know
Yeah.
it's hard, but you do a lot, but thank you.
Hey, you're welcome. I don't do much.
Well, see you tomorrow
Sir,
morning.
yes, sir.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Yeah, so I'm
So
I'm
the
open
hole in the
to,
armor is finished ground elevation, because you can make that whatever you want.
right,
Yep.
yeah.
So
So I'm open to suggestions.
Okay, that's as far as,
Well, I would say there, I mean, without doing a bunch of research, I just feel like reference
The native.
undisturbed, native, or finished, and then whichever is more restrictive. Because if someone tries to build it up, then it will bust, and you'll have to go back to native, or, on a
So-
site.
That, in my brain, if, like she said, what if it's disturbed? What do you know what the native is? Couldn't you say, take it from this edge of the low point of the lot to the high point of the lot?
meet in the middle.
Whatever that average would be, wherever
I guess it
that
would
would have
depend
been.
on where, and the one thing that we were talking about too, like up on
Does that
the
make
hill
sense,
was
Brent?
that, where's your gonna be, what's your entrance gonna be? Where's your entrance point gonna be? And then that will help determine,
Yeah.
what your finished grade's gonna look like.
Yeah, no, it's hard, because you think about the example, like, say someone has a lot that's flat, and then the back third just rises up like this, and then it would create, I guess it would allow someone to get a higher average than the ground, right? The low.
Right, because then they can take, because they got this really high point, and then they have this really low point, yeah.
I mean, it kind of has to be based on where the building is sited. Like, I don't think you get to like take credit for the back half of your lot having a hill if you're going to put it where the hill is not. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, maybe the
Like-
building envelope is what determines that or something,
My guess from Dan's example is it's probably more common on all flat surfaces where maybe someone goes, well, I just want a
This
little
might be a little higher than I got,
elevation.
yeah.
And,
Yeah, maybe they,
Yeah, we had
maybe they
that.
came from the flood.
yeah, I mean, as opposed to building on the hill, for the most part, you're just like, how can I make this?
Yeah,
work?
the geography kind of restricts that
Exactly.
to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not to go back to Jackson and Teton County, but like what they do up there is they're just like, you set your building height based off of your finished grade. Like, and that
Yeah.
can be like existing grade depending how, like if you want to fill a little bit, okay, your building height set off of that, but then they evaluate just, it's just kind of subjective, but they'll say like, no excessive grading. Like, that's just all it is. And then they can look at your plan and they can say, that seems like you're filling too much, that's excessive. And then you're kind of just like, at the
It's hard to
whim.
define.
It is hard, and but that's why it's so subjective, because I mean, like, one site it could be excessive and the next site it could not, and like, but it could be the same amount of fill, or it could be
Right.
whatever, and sometimes like, it does make sense to fill a little bit for
Yeah.
better drainage of the site and everything around it, like, and sometimes it doesn't, you know, so it is tough to set like a blanket rule about how you set that height, and what constitutes too much fill, because I do think it's just on a case-by-case basis a lot of the
And I think that
time.
goes back to like this whole grading plan that
Yeah.
he's talking about. If we have that and we're looking at that and we're like, what, you're proposing on putting 7 feet of fill there? No, that's excessive.
Yeah,
And then you can
exactly.
use that, or
Yeah.
you're gonna dig down this much, that's excessive, you know? So some things maybe do have to be subjective, right?
Right.
It can't be
Yeah.
a one fits all, one size fits all sort of thing. So that might be the best way to go. I don't know.
But I think it's
Yeah, I
really
mean,
important to check the other counties, towns, and see how they've handled
Yeah.
it.
yeah.
Because
True.
otherwise, we're gonna,
We're just starting from
Yeah.
fresh and I'm,
Right.
yeah.
Again, we don't need to reinvent the wheel.
Right.
What? My wheel's better, just
We
kidding.
we just borrow and customize.
Okay, yeah,
I'll
that's
see if I
good.
can find that. Go County land use thing, or, something that shows an example, just for reference.
Right,
And to be honest with you, I only got to page like 53,
dude, it's a lot. I
It's a
know.
lot.
and I
it?
worked 12 hours
53?
every weekend.
Just trying.
They're all weekends, it's Friday.
Honestly, like, I got myself weighted down and I, like, got way down the rabbit hole in some of this stuff, when really my initial goal was just trying to plug some holes.
Yeah,
And taking a step back, listening to this helps, so I'm not so in my own little zone.
Well, and I did have a couple other questions too. Like on your, What's this one? Oh, goodness, on this paperwork that you sent us. This was only 7, I think there was only 7 in those. I only printed out the stuff that I had questions on.
Okay.
Do you remember that at all?
No, but
Okay.
go ahead. Maybe it'll trigger it
Well,
when
I
you
didn't
ask
know
your
what the
question.
application of validity was. Applications shall remain valid for 90
Oh, the
days.
validity, yeah.
Oh, no,
I know what that is. That was if we were talking, like, it was taking out this piece right here. The processing schedule, wasn't it?
what chapter is that?
So technically, the processing schedule is way back somewhere else.
2.
Because it talks about how long a permit's valid, if you can transfer
Yeah.
fees, if you can
Yeah, I
transfer
read about all of
deposits,
that,
all that stuff,
absolutely.
right?
Yep, and I had another question on that, but I did not comprehend what this meant.
The validity of it?
Yeah, I didn't, 90 days, so is that,
So basically, that's like, I turned in an application to Gina, and I'm like, nope, it's not complete, you gotta give me this. Okay, no, it's not complete, you gotta give me this. No, and then
Okay.
he drags it on, they drag it on for
that's
Does
what,
that mean the
okay.
fees have been paid or not? It's just.
just the application, just the submittal of the application.
Excuse me, okay, well, that makes
Yeah.
sense.
But
I mean-
the town will review application submittals without any fees being paid? Is that how it is right now? You get 90 days?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, yeah, exactly, I
Okay.
can review it, I have 90 days to review it, and it's
Okay.
valid for 90 days, and if I keep asking you for all this stuff, and you're not giving it to me in 90 days, throw the
That
bathwater
makes
out, the baby out with the bathwater, and we're starting over, if that makes sense.
Totally. And then let's talk about permit transferability. So, question, I'm sure you already thought of this, is that what that look is?
I don't know, we might be on the same page.
So, let's say permit fees may be transferred provided the associated application and/or permit has not expired. Okay, so, I'm building a building, my permit's getting ready to expire, I go ahead and get it extended, and then I sell property as is to you. You get into it and start working on it and realize, well, shoot, I'm gonna need more time too. Can you get an extension because you are the new applicant holder? Does that give that secondary
No, because
person?
the extension's on the permit itself, right?
Okay.
So I don't think it matters if it transfers ownership, you're only gonna get so many extensions, period, regardless of the ownership
Yes,
of the property.
as far as I know, those entitlements stay with the land. So if someone burns up 11.9 months, sells the lot, and the other person comes in and says they want to do it, then they have to get an extension.
Yeah.
They still, the permit stays with the land, is my understanding.
Yeah, it's still a
But-
permit, technically.
But we only allow one extension.
Yeah.
So, because the permit
Yeah.
is under a new person's
Yeah.
name, do they get an extension?
See, that's what, I don't think.
That's- I don't know. That's what I
Permit
was
itself
asking.
is still the same permit number.
Okay. but
That would
it's
be my.
not assigned to, but it's assigned to one person. So I don't know. I just was,
I'd say it's assigned to the land.
you tell, I just ask
Interesting
questions.
to answer that, because I think entitlements stay with the land. You can sell those entitlements with the land, but you're subject to all the rules.
Yeah.
Okay.
You may or may not
The same
get an
extension rules.
That makes
Yeah.
sense, okay.
Yeah, or,
No, but
That was just something I was-
That's a good thing to clarify, yeah.
I was thinking that.
And I don't know, everywhere else I've looked at, I don't know, I didn't look at
Yeah.
Jackson, but once you sell the property, if it's not completed, that goes away, they have to start over, but I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't sound like you've come across it.
No, not
yet.
really. Not yet. I mean, it will
I don't
happen.
know of one, I'm just like,
Yeah.
it's always gonna.
It will happen,
It'll happen,
yeah.
but it's not an issue.
Yeah. This is totally skipping around, but if you don't mind me just saying.
As we
like-
have been.
Yeah, well, I was looking at the definition of site plan, and
Yeah.
it says like additional information or engineered plan prepared by a Wyoming licensed professional may be required, but I think it's worth specifying what kind of professional.
Like an engineer.
A civil engineer or a landscape
Yep,
architect. Like, that's typically the standard accepted of who can prepare a site plan, because otherwise, we're gonna end up with like what we did the other day, where we had a structural engineer making a site plan, and it's like, well, they didn't show anything that they were supposed to on there, because they don't do
that's
that,
what you
you
mean.
know?
So a civil engineer or licensed landscaping engineer?
Landscape architect.
Landscape.
I think the state uses the term licensed design professional.
Yeah.
If you're a landscape architect, you're not allowed to stamp structural drawings.
Correct.
And so, site plans, not all of them are required to be stamped, only certain ones are.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like residential site plans aren't required to be stamped unless there's something extreme, or a, a site plan for commercial projects is not required to be stamped unless civil drawings are required, then those civil drawings are required to be stamped. But just the
For the site plan
plan
itself.
it's not necessarily required to be stamped by any design professional, as far as I know.
Okay.
Unless there's like a civil requirement or a landscape requirement, right?
Yeah,
Like, if we required a landscaping plan, then that would need to be,
exactly. Like when I'm preparing plans for like Teton County, and they need to know about plant unit quantities or things like that, like it has to be stamped by a licensed landscape architect. And civil engineering plans with utilities have to be a licensed civil engineer. But I
so
just,
are we saying, you're saying that we think we should have the site plan stamped by somebody or not? Because Brett was going to say most of
No.
them don't have.
no, I think it's just saying that when you're requiring that they are stamped, you specify whose
Okay.
should be stamped.
But should we take out the requirement for the stamped altogether?
Well, some of
It just says,
it's-
may be required based on the scope and complexity of the project.
and that's exactly what Brett just said too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because
So do
I
I-
know like
So just by buying this or this?
Yeah, that's my kind of,
nobody just black and white requires them to be
Right.
stamped. Like you'd have a survey, you might have an architectural site plan, you might have a civil plan, all these things, you might have a landscape plan, but.
They're all gonna be
no-
stamped by their
No design
relative-
professional can misrepresent themselves. That's already baked into the whole thing,
The ethics of it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I think my
So just
point is-
specify, if we are going to have them stamped, it will be stamped by this or this.
exactly, yeah, because I don't want to see another site plan by a structural engineer.
Yeah, but the structural engineer is technically allowed to do it, right? Like anyone can draw a residential site plan,
Yeah, I think so.
as long as it's to scale.
Yes,
And meets
but,
the zoning.
yeah, yeah. But if we were going to require it to be stamped, then I think that it has to be by those two professions.
So civil or licensed landscape architect.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we want to go to that, to section 1 then, or 6.1, just that, the first page, you put down accessory building structure, the definition. And you did put down, or similar subordinate structures. Should we put greenhouse in there or leave it? It's right there on the first page,
Okay.
right under accessory buildings. Should we put greenhouse in there or just leave it as is? It was just a thought.
What, read it to me?
Accessory building structure shall mean a building or structure, pardon me, that is subordinate and clearly incidental to the principal building or the principal use on the same lot, and which is customary associated with that principal use. Accessory buildings or structures may include, but are not limited to, garages, sheds, storage buildings, carports, gazebos, small barns, and similar subordinate structures. An accessory building or structure shall not be used for any principal use of the property. So I didn't know if maybe subordinate would include a greenhouse. I was just,
I would say it would.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
I'm pretty,
it's just something I
I'm
was,
pretty agnostic about whether we specifically include that.
Right, me too, yeah.
I was good either way. It was just
Just say
something I
similar
thought.
subordinate structures,
Yeah.
and I think
Okay.
a greenhouse would fall
Just
in.
me.
Dare you say greenhouses?
So in that, though, it doesn't give square footage of a subordinate.
No, this is just a definitions.
Right, okay. Yeah, because
And
I think
the-
a greenhouse, a greenhouse and I don't think of a commercial.
shed, yeah.
Yeah, I think of the size of this.
Right, like a
Yeah.
small greenhouse, yeah.
And there is, I've read them earlier, the square footing
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah,
Square foot, so.
when we're permitting them, there's the square footage
Right,
kind of
the
that triggers the
300.
different
Yep.
permits, so.
And then, next page on the building envelope, I was just wondering if maybe, if we should put like, or permission of your neighbor. Building envelope shall mean three-dimensional area of a lot within which a building or structure may be lawfully constructed. The building envelope is established to be required setbacks measured from all property lines, excludes any area outside the setback boundaries. No portion of the building structure or impervious surface may be extended beyond the building envelope unless expressly permitted by the Town of Alpine's Land Use and Development Code or applicable ordinances. I was gonna say, or permission of neighbor. So let's say you're in a narrow lot and you've got to pack the material away and the loader tire has to go on the neighbor's lot.
Okay.
Most
Now that you say
folks
that,
are
I'm gonna read that
gonna
again.
wanna, I'm sorry?
Now you say that, I want to read it again with that in mind.
Please, yes.
What are our smallest lots? Don't we have some .15?
Yeah. I think
There's some tiny.
Well,
Yeah.
and it just depends too. I mean, if you're doing a bigger house and you have to go around, I ran into this a lot with the dirt world and have to ask for permission, like, hey man, we're gonna have to
Yeah.
haul our material. And if we don't, if the neighbor comes in or somebody complains or 3 neighbors down is like, oh, he's on that neighbor's property. Well, they have permission. It's fine. Thanks for tattling.
Okay, well.
So I feel like that's kind of different. What you're saying is a little bit different than what this is saying. That, you're just saying, what if I got to use their property a little bit outside
Yeah,
the envelope
'cause
to do some things, right?
Yeah, or like to drive around or
So
anything
that's
like
not
that,
the
especially
building.
construction.
Like,
Yeah.
there's nothing in here that prohibits you from
Driving across.
driving
that.
around outside of your building envelope. It's just like.
This would be getting your neighbor's permission to store your building material.
Yeah.
This is specifically
Or
saying
your
you
neighbor's
can't
permission to be
build.
like, hey, can I build 5 feet closer to your property line than I'm legally allowed to? And then they
Yeah.
can like,
Oh, and that's how that,
but
okay.
like that doesn't seem like that has
Yeah.
That
great
not-
legal precedent. Like,
Here, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's more of like the actual building itself, making
Right.
sure it's staying within your building. envelope.
I was just thinking building, that's what I was thinking.
yeah,
My
it's
mistake.
like, it's like a physical structure has to
Okay.
live within.
You're thinking about someone driving a Gradle or something around, right?
Yeah.
Right, and they're
'Cause it
they're
happens
big
all
and
the
they-
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the reason this came up, well, A, was just that definition. But when we were talking about 3D space, Dan was talking about the power lines and stuff over here,
yeah,
is including that 3-dimensional space for that. And is everybody still okay with that?
Yeah.
Making a 3-dimensional.
I saw it was
building
in there, I
envelope?
read
I
that you
think
put it
Dan
in
will
there.
revolt if we're not, so.
Revolt.
And then I wanted to also ask, just for clarification, on page 139, the continuity. What is without,
Okay, wait, I'm writing a note real
sorry.
quick.
Contiguity.
continuity, without intervening gaps, separations, or islands except otherwise permitted by the law. Can you explain that to me? I don't
I'm
know.
not even seeing it, where am I missing?
It's in the middle of the page.
Contiguity.
Continuity.
Contiguity.
Contiguity.
Do you have a different one?
Apparently I printed out the wrong one.
You can look at mine if you
But
want.
this came up because of annexation stuff.
Okay.
Like, because it wants, in the annexation conceptual report, one of the things that I'm supposed to evaluate, and one of the things they evaluate, like the town council, or should say the town clerk and those guys, when they do their annexation report, is it got the continuity with the town. How does it work with the town? Like, we can't annex a piece of parcel that's not attached anywhere, right?
Okay.
So that's where this came in. And if you read it in that mindset, does it make sense?
No.
Okay.
Explain. Let's just expand on this a little bit more. Because I get the condition of the property or area being physically adjacent and sharing common boundary with existing municipal boundary or another relevant parcel.
I don't know if I like
Without intervening gaps, separations, or islands except otherwise permitted or by applicable by law. I don't understand. How would that be? How is that applicable? Explain how this would be
Or is
used.
there any applicable? Is that
Yeah,
what you're saying?
tell me how this would be used.
I like the part where it says the continuity up to the municipal boundary. I don't know about this other
As
relevant
as I
part.
said, beyond that gets a
It
little
gets a little
word
weird.
jumble.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what
Obviously,
that,
without the gaps, that makes sense, right? Or separations or islands, that's just saying, you can call whatever you want, these little gaps, you can call it an island, a separation, whatever, but it has to be continuous with the municipal boundary. Let's look at that one, yeah.
Don't we have parcels that aren't contiguous though with,
That's a good point.
like, I'm looking at that map right up there.
No, because we did the 26.
Oh,
So 26 is part of that continuous boundary.
Ah, I see, that makes it part of the continuous one, yeah. I guess it would be like if somebody over here wanted to,
Right,
this guy says, I'm gonna annex into town.
right.
Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't mesh with anything.
oh, that's what you mean by that.
You're an
Aha.
island.
See, there you go. Thanks for the explanation. That's what I needed.
Island, yeah.
Yeah, okay. That makes more
If
sense.
it was like this guy over here and it's a gap.
Okay.
Quote unquote gap.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, but we could definitely look at that.
Now I know what that means.
All right, another question for you. We're going back to the building envelope. Where it says, no portion of a building structure or impervious surface may extend beyond the building envelope unless expressly permitted by Town of Alpine's land use code. I know we've talked about the difference between a building and site development. And, you know, when we're saying no impervious surface can go outside the building envelope, does that mean like no patios or terraces or sidewalks or anything like that? Or do we have that called out specifically somewhere else? Because
I don't think it's called out specifically.
yeah, because it's a tough one, like, again, like the way Jackson does it is like they have their building envelope and that's like your building. But they'll be like, then if you want to build a terrace or whatever, then you have these different setbacks that you abide by so that you're not like, any bit of development on my property has to live within this square, you know?
So, but this is defining the square by the setbacks, right?
I guess it depends, yeah.
But, I mean, that's what that ours is saying.
Okay.
Right? So, right,
So
as
if
far-
it- yeah, then I guess that's not.
and as far as I
safe to
know, decks, any kind of patios, anything like that cannot go in the setbacks.
Right.
Snow
If
can,
every single-
parking could, right?
I say,
Parking can, to a
Parking can.
point.
Parking can to
Yeah.
point, which could be
5
an
feet
impervious
now,
surface.
But, yeah.
But that's allowed by code.
yeah, if every single building envelope in all of town is set by the setbacks, then that's fine. But if there's some lots that have, like sometimes you get a platted lot that has a building envelope that was set by somebody else that has nothing to do with setbacks, then this gets a little bit hairier.
Yeah, and I don't think we
guess.
have anything like that.
If you had one like that, then those setbacks would have to be more restricted in the town. They
Right.
couldn't be less in the town.
Right.
Because that would override. that.
Correct, but my point is like, then all of your development ends up being restricted to the platted building envelope, even though that's not the intent of this.
So, but that, it does say like unless allowed by our land use development code. So in that
Yeah.
case, like I think like decks and things like that, maybe they could go over that more restrictive site, right?
Okay.
To where ours says it has to go.
Okay, if that's
I
how that
don't
would be
know.
interpreted,
I
then
mean-
that's fine. I
Yeah.
just,
That's a good
I think
point though.
the town has always interpreted the building envelope to contain any like piers, any concrete foundation of any kind, whether it's supporting a deck, but a driveway or a sidewalk has always been allowed to pass through.
So any
But
structure.
if you're pouring a concrete slab outside of your setbacks, I thought that was a problem here.
Yeah, I think
It
so.
is.
But,
that definitely wouldn't be allowed. I think my question
Yeah.
is, I was thinking that not all building envelopes are necessarily the same as the setbacks.
Oh.
But if they are, then.
in the town of Alpine, I
far as I
think
know.
the setbacks and the height define the three-dimensional envelope, right? Is there anything else that would,
I don't think so.
unless you have an HOA with more restrictive setbacks, which there are, like, for example, AVR has a 50-foot setback for commercial. The town of Alpine's like 25,
Okay.
you know, but so you just have to go with them because you need their approval letter to get back to you guys.
Yeah.
But if their setback is less restrictive, then the town can't issue a permit.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're saying we can't issue a permit based upon our building envelope if theirs is more restrictive?
Yeah, we have to live up with, yeah. We have to work coincide hand in hand with all homeowners associations. That's why we always ask,
Do they have,
did you
Yeah,
get
you
your
don't want to
permission
get your
letter?
permit out without
No.
the letter, right?
No, I think we've been there a time or two.
Yeah.
Yeah, we may or may not have learned that the hard way.
Oh, that is important.
Okay, so if this were to be the case and there was a more restrictive one, what is your suggestion to that definition to fix it?
If there's a more restrictive one, then I guess I don't know that you need to fix it. It's more, because to Brett's point, it's like they would get approval from their HOA for anything
Yeah.
that they're allowed to do. It almost takes that control away from the town. And then the town just kind of says, okay, like, it would very much meet our standards, so if it meets yours, then we're good with it. Does that make sense?
this would be like an or. So this is, you know, these are the town restrictives, or these are the town restrictions, or if you're coming from a HOA and with more restrictive, it's a lot of restriction words, or your HOA guidelines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there might not be anything wrong with your language. I think I was just thinking about a lot of lots and things that I work on have a building envelope that was set, that has nothing to do with setbacks, right? Like I might get a
Yeah.
lot that's like 3 acres and they're like, here's your building envelope, and it has nothing to do with setbacks. So I'm like, well, that was where I was coming from with it. But if all we do is set building envelopes based on
Yeah.
setbacks, then that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Those building envelopes are usually part of like a PUD or something, right?
Yeah.
Like you have a big area, and then you have all these little squares,
Yeah.
right? With their, driveways and stuff.
Yeah, this is your building envelope. This is
Yeah.
Your
Yeah.
kind of thing. You're this building envelope, this building envelope. Yeah. Now my brain's turning, and I'm starting to get a pain right here.
Yeah, you're starting to lose the meaning of envelope.
It's starting to hurt
Too
my
many
eyeball.
So, I want to ask another question about the definition, just changed a little bit. Because you said no little islands, but that's all we've got.
That's what we were just.
Highway
hearing was-
26, right?
26.
26 is not?
26 is a connector.
It's
Okay,
the
okay.
backbone, right? It's
Yep.
Okay,
everything feeds
all
into
right.
that.
Anything off of 26
Okay,
is
all
allowed.
right then, I'm with you now.
Okay.
Because you guys own that right away,
Partial.
or?
Well, it's
share it with
part-
Whitehall.
it's part of the town of Alpine.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay, we got her. We'll figure it out.
There's lots of questions.
Yeah, it's a lot, I know. All right, how much more do we want to do this evening? Do we want to call it? What, got some more questions off
One
the-
question for you guys, unless anyone has anything else.
Oh, please.
It's just, it's about the, remember when I sent that picture of the roof coming off? Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's, so there is verbiage in the LUDC related to that, and I had a picture up. So the reason why I bring this up is just because I see this building like,
Every day.
yeah, like, 10 times a day, whatever, okay? And it's not the first time, and see that?
Oh, yep,
Okay, it's
yep.
been open for months.
Pass it to Rachel.
Okay, yep. So that building has been open for months to the weather, right? So the roof structure will inevitably fail.
Where is that?
Off Grays River Road.
Meadows, It's basically Meadows and Grays.
Used to be the old U-Haul place.
Yep, Alpine Tire and Lube, still have a sign up, but, so I used to get my car serviced there with Don, okay? And I remember there being a ceiling there because he was heating it, right? So imagine all that water coming
Yep.
in. And so the thing is, like, when would the town consider stepping in? Because if it's inevitable that's my take on it, if it's going to fail because of the weather, it's gonna rot the wood and the trusses will collapse. So when does the town
When do we step
think
in
that
as a
it's
town?
time to, like, if the problem gets worse, then the town will have to condemn the building, right? Or if the sheet metal starts flowing off the neighbor's property, so every time it's windy, you can actually hear the metal
Yeah.
flapping, okay? And so, in the town code, 5201C, it just says, whenever the building official has reasonable cause to believe there is a condition or ordinance violation which makes such building or property unsafe, dangerous, hazardous, or in conflict, there's verbiage in here, but I just feel like the town should not be letting rain and snow accumulate in a building when it's like obviously visible.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe that's more, like, I'm like, I don't want to file a formal complaint, I just feel like this is,
Yeah.
like, in a year from now, like, how is it?
Well, and we had talked about how we didn't adopt the maintenance code, right? But I think, reading that, I think DJ could say, I think this is going to be a safety issue.
Well, it seems like, just a call to the building owner to say, hey, do you even know this is going on, or something, like, maybe they could still patch it now. You know what I mean?
Did
But if it's le-
Tara actually do that? I thought she had.
I don't know, maybe
I
she
don't
did.
know, okay.
But I'm just saying, if it's left, then, like, you basically got, like, let's just say, a year or two, for the thing.
Right, that it's falling down
It's
and
gonna,
it's
like,
an eyesore
rot,
and
yeah.
safe.
Well, regardless of that one, I mean, I can think of a couple others around town that abandoned,
Yeah,
in disrepair, so that kind of does beg the question of when does the town?
Right, yeah.
That's an answer, I don't know.
it's like a building is unsafe and uninhabitable, then there's stuff in here that says the town is supposed to do it, but I don't know what,
Right.
they've done in the past. I think
Right.
when this happened a couple years ago, same building, same roofing material, I think maybe there was a phone call made, they came and they screwed it all down again. and now it's like just
Doing-
coming off worse, like, you know. Anyway, that was just something that I've been thinking about,
Okay,
but it's
You
not,
drive by it every day.
well, yeah.
we all
And
well, yeah.
Somebody had said that, I ran into somebody that wanted to open up a business here, and they'd said that they were quoted $2,200 a month for that.
for that, yeah, well, that's, you know, but,
Yeah.
you know,
That's what I
you get birds living in there.
Oh, my
water,
gosh.
mold, you just name it, right?
Bats.
So, yeah.
Wow. Bed bugs.
Okay, yeah, no, it's definitely something to look into, I think.
Yeah.
Decide if that's strict enough for what kind of interpretation we want to do.
Yeah, but I guess, is it the location that people ignore it? Like if the building was right there, I don't think you guys would, don't take this the wrong way, but I don't think it would be
Right.
ignored.
Right,
I'm just
yeah.
like,
The visibility.
Yeah,
of it.
yeah, yeah, I get
Yeah.
what you're saying. Mhm.
anyway, it'd be a shame to just let a building go.
Curious on who owns that still.
I don't know.
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah. But, so these revisions, they're online or?
They are attached to the packet for
Yeah.
tonight, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you're gonna have one more of these?
or we're gonna have at least probably two more.
Yeah.
At least two more
It's the
before I
same.
think we've got anything workable to send. Yeah.
It's the same,
Yeah.
same as what we've always
Yeah,
done.
and any like changes that we've kind of discussed here, if I do some updates, I'll send them out to everybody so we can see they're updated. That way you guys can keep track of the things we've talked about in the updates.
Okay.
Is it helpful to do those in a different color so we know?
Yeah. Oh, I don't get colored printers at work, so.
But you can see on screen.
I do,
But, all
yes.
right. I don't
That's why I print out the ones that I have questions on and highlight them and make notes.
Well, I will print you out a copy if you want one,
Okay.
color and all.
Woo-hoo.
I know, I'm
Do we
pretty fancy
formally
like
adjourn
that.
this,
Do
or-
we have to for?
Yeah, we technically adjourn it.
I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to adjourn this work session.
I second said motion. Any other further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Done.
Good workshop.
Thanks, guys.
No, it was good. Feel like everything I did was wrong.
Oh,
Thanks, guys.
I brought you flowers.
Thank you. But I'm just saying, it's like,
I softened the blow.
well, there's just a lot of changes to make, which is.
Oh, there always is. It's a growing document, a living document, you people keep telling me.
people.
Exactly it.
You're people.
Look, I can see it breathing.
Yeah, yeah, see, it's all cracked out.
I'm gonna start having nightmares about it attacking me.
Oh,
so.
yes.
Then, is the town rewriting the LUDC
Yep,
at
I've
some
been-
point? Like, I just.
I'm rewriting the